everybody, get ready to do another stream here. We're doing more Demon Fish Dead Ahead. We got all the boring, tedious stuff done, so that's exciting. Now we'll be doing some more art stuff, maybe in Aseprite, the sound effects, the fish box stuff, the fish names. Still haven't actually named the new fish yet, so that'll be a thing in itself. Let's see, the dead ends in World 4. That's probably a good place to start. Maybe some wind music, a wind screen, cutscenes for the bosses, different backgrounds for the fights. So yeah, lots of stuff that we can do still to make this game really stand out as far as like screenshots and stuff. Make it look a little bit like there's more variety. Put more variety in the game. Right now, it's fun, but when you look at the screenshots, it kind of looks samey. So it'll be nice to do some variety stuff. And honestly, I've been thinking about making different color palettes for the different worlds. However, the color palettes for the fish would be a challenge. So I'm not sure. Still thinking on that stuff. But yeah, there's an ad starting in about 40 minutes or so, or 40 seconds or so, and after that we should be ready to roll here. So just another minute. Alright, sounds like we're about back from the ads. Hope everyone's doing well today. Yeah, so I've got my little list here. We've got GB Studio, which we can open, and Aseprite, which we can open as well. Aseprite, we've got our cutscene here, and let's open. We've got level 4 map. Cool. So yeah, let's see, we've got the terrain. There's no good way to just like see where the player can get through is the problem, but there's little spots like this that shouldn't be this way. So we'll just have to go in and find spots to fix. Like that. That way you can fit through there. This one here as well. Some of them, it doesn't really make a big difference. Like, you don't have to be able to get through all of the close corridor-like level design stuff. But other parts, it like doesn't make as much sense. Not be able to fit. Like this one here. You want to be able to fit through all of this. That way you can reach these corners of the level, even though they're dead ends in themselves. It makes it a little bit more mazy. You can fit through here to get to there. This one here, same thing. Be nice to fit through there. I think all this is okay. So one thing we could do to possibly help out on this, and this is kind of a time-consuming process in itself, but we could like make like a blue box and just kind of, oops, paint where the player can go, if that makes sense. So that way we can make sure that the player can get through. Because the player is 16 by 16. Probably would have been smarter to do this to begin with, and then base the map art around this blue line or whatever. Cosmo, welcome in. Thanks for the lurk. Hope you're doing well. We're working on the 4th level for GB Studio. And I'm just kind of mapping where the player can go, which isn't really needed, but it's kind of helpful to just be able to see real quickly where the player can fit. because there are a few places that I thought the player could get through, but it just kind of looked like it, and there was like one tile preventing it from happening. Like there. It looked like you could get through, but you can't. So I'm gonna fix that. Easiest way might be to just bring this one down. Like that. We'll call this path. But yeah, had I not busted out this 16 by 16 brush, I might not have realized that the player couldn't have fit through there, because I looked at it earlier and thought, oh, the player can fit through there. And I even fixed a path right next to it where the player couldn't fix, but didn't notice that you couldn't make it through. Just because the way the art looks, it's kind of an optical illusion. It looks like there's more space than there actually is for the player to get through. I don't need to do every single path, but it is kind of a like a guide, and it might help me when I'm testing and saying what's the quickest way to get from here to here. And most importantly, for what I'm doing here, this way I can see that I've been somewhere before. Everything looks so similar, using all the same kind of tiles over and over again. Because we did actually run out of tiles. It's a big map, and we do have these little like points of interest in which we went over the tile count and had to optimize things. So there isn't any room for any more tiles to make things more interesting, but that's okay. It kind of fits the design of the first worlds, or the other worlds, the first 3 worlds. But once I'm done with this, it'll be easy to see if there's places where I feel like the level design could use some changes to make things a little bit easier, more accessible for the player, less mazy, etc. Or maybe it'll be fine. It's hard to tell because you can't readily see where the player can go. And that's why this is helpful. So we're gonna put this up higher so we can paint on top of things. So an interesting thing about the way it's programmed, and maybe this is hidden knowledge that most players won't pick up on, is that the more you turn left and right while you're in a fish zone, like a random encounter zone, the more likely you will have a random encounter. So if you're trying to get a fish to attack, you can kind of go in circles, and that will actually, like, as long as you're in a fish zone, that will cause an attack to happen more often. And that's just the way that it's programmed. And I did that on purpose, mostly because it just was easier that way to, like, work out the logic for it. But also I felt like it would help me in testing. If I'm trying to get fish, and then players will kind of accidentally come across it. If they're trying to get through an area really quick, they will probably go in straight lines because everyone knows that a straight line is the fastest route. However, in this level, you're forced to not go in very many straight lines. So therefore, you're going to get more encounters on this level. And it will feel like this level has more encounters. It already does. I've been testing it, and that's good because it's the last level. I want it to be more challenging, and I think it works. I don't think we'll have to change that at all. But again, I don't think it's something that the average player is going to pick up on. They'll probably just assume that this level has more encounters, when that's not actually the case. It just has more angles that you have to take. You have to change direction more. And that's actually what's causing the encounters to happen more often. But then again, like I said, a player trying to get someplace quick, or a player that's possibly more observant, might pick up on the fact that you get in less fish encounters. Oh, here's one that I probably wanted to... Yeah, I probably wanted to fit through here, but I can't, so let's fix that. We'll move that one there, and... oh, that's not gonna work. Because we don't have a tile for every purpose here. So what we'll do is we'll move this one down, move this one down, and then copy this one there. There we go. So yeah, this is kind of like, I don't know, I don't know the word to describe it. I want to say it's like painstaking, but it's not. It's just like a detailed way of doing things. I'm making sure, taking my time to make sure that the player can get through different ways. because yeah, it's going to be a mazy level, so I want to make sure that I have an idea of exactly how mazy it is. I want to make sure there's no spots where I want the player to get through but the player can't get through, because that's what I was running into when I was testing, and I was like, there was no way to get up here. There was just no way to get to this, which is not what I wanted. But that's just the way that it worked out because of the narrow paths. They got too narrow. When I designed the game, I didn't know how to make an 8x8 character. I've since done a game jam with an 8x8 character for low-res jam. And honestly, if I were to do this again with like a huge map like this, I would probably make it even bigger by having the character be smaller and then be able to fit through little gaps like that. I think that would be an interesting way to do something. But then again, it's really hard to draw an 8x8 character. And if you look at my low-res jam, the little man is like just this little stick figure, and the animation is really crude. It works, but it's hard to think of anything else that would work unless you're just using some type of like UI element or some type of like dot that blinks or something like that, which would work too. In fact, when I was working on Source Hack, the idea at first was to just have like a blinking dot, kind of like a UI element that was your character. And technically you can still play as that UI blinking dot, but I made it 16 by 16 with just a large collider. Like it's only using 8 pixels in the center of those 16 by 16. But the collider fits the whole 16 by 16. Which doesn't feel terrible, but it was not what I was intending when I made the art. I couldn't figure out a way to do it, because I was just learning GB Studio at that point. So here's another spot where I feel like the terrain could be made better here. So what we'll do is we'll move this in like that, take this one, flip it like that, and then take this one and move it there. We'll take these two and move them down there. Now the player can get through this little path. Oh, actually, the player still can't get through it. Let's fix it some more here. It's funny how it appears like the player can fit through, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh wait, nope, the player can't fit through yet. Whoops. I still feel like sometimes the player is going to be like, I think I'm supposed to be able to get through here. Why is this a dead end? I'm supposed to be able to get through here, but like, that's just part of this level's design, is that like, there's a lot of like little places where you can't even get to. A lot of narrow paths that you can't get through. But yeah, there's a lot of paths you can take here, you can see. And that was the plan when I made the level. I wanted the player to have lots of choices, and then depending on which way you go, you're kind of forced to face different fish. So there's definitely easier and harder paths to take to get to the different locations and different save points. Because that's another thing that's difficult about this level, is that the save points are all in the corners of the level, which require you to go further to get there. And I believe, yeah, the player can actually sail over these things. We're getting pretty close here. We did make quite a few changes. It's gonna be hard to remember where they're all at, to be honest. Alright, yeah, this is another area where I feel like I wanted the player to get through, but that's not what happened. Let's sip on my tea here for a second. All right. So yeah, I was looking at my my YouTube streams, and one of them got like 100 views. And what happened was, when the power went out, and then I came back for like 20 minutes. It was like 18 minutes or something like that to finish what I was working on when the power came back. Because I was working, well, it was like the power went out for like a minute, and then the internet was out for like 30 minutes or something, 15 minutes or something. It took a while for me to get the internet back on, and that's when I actually ended up resetting the router completely, because it kept on power cycling and blinking red. So I ended up like doing a hard reset on the damn thing and reset my IP address in the process, and that got the internet working. But then all of my like sunshine, moonshine, or moonlight, sunshine stuff for Steam Deck, like linking my Steam Deck to my PC through the IP address, was all messed up because I changed the IP address, right? So that's why the stream on Saturday was a failure for me. But yeah, that is why the stream was super short on, I think it was on Friday, it could have been Thursday, I forget. And for whatever reason, probably because it's I'm one of the only GB Studio devs that's making content, it got 100 views. Probably other GB Studio developers being promoted to content that's shorter than my usual 5-hour long live streams or whatever. So even though it was just like quick, like incomplete, like, oh, the power is back, sorry about that kind of stream, got 100 views. Kind of interesting. So part of me wants to actually buckle down and make some GB Studio tutorials. I feel like there's a need for them. Someone actually came to the stream saying that one day, that they were gonna do it. It's like, yeah, I'd like to do that too. It's hard for me to pull the trigger on shit like that, if I'm being honest though. And that's what I said to that person as well. I feel like there's always someone that could do a better job, but not everyone has the time to do it, or like the ability even, right? Not everyone's good at like live streaming or content creation, or like even explaining what they're doing, you know? Not everyone has all the skills required to do that. Right, so I think this is looking good. Look at all those paths. That is like a lot of paths. But there's still little places here that you can't get through, and that's intentional. Because if you could get through every single path, then it would just be like, I can just turn this way to go that way. It would be like a, you know, an intersection in a grid city. That makes sense. But I want it to be more like a maze, where it's like, oh, I want to go that way, but I gotta go all the way down here to go that way, or all the way up here to go that way. You can't just cut through the middle. But if you do cut through the middle, then you get that location, so yeah. Kind of sends you in more directions. A little bit mazy, but there is like a map. And I believe we got that working now too, so. Alright, so we're gonna save this, and then we're gonna export it. Over that one. Yes. Export. And now we're going to open it in the folder here. And I've got it here. And then we're going to get GB Studio open and open the assets folder. Hey, Wukong, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. And then we've got the assets folder here. We've got backgrounds. And then, so this is the new file. We're gonna copy it and just paste it over this one. Now it's important not to Control Z here. if you're like, oh, I didn't mean to paste that, and you Control Z, it will delete it from here, and then this will get completely screwed up. And then you'll be like, oh shit, all of that work down the drain. I've done this before. Alright, so now comes the hard part. We're going to need to figure out where the changes are. Welcome back from the ads. So yeah, we're looking for changes. Here's some examples here. We want to make sure that the player can get through. Oh, that one's weird. It's fairly easy to find. Actually, there is like a magic wand brush, but I don't know how to use it subtractively. Maybe we can figure that out. Can we just like control click? Oh, that worked. I just control clicked and then it did it. Of course, there's two different wave types, so it might not have worked on all of them. Yeah, see, but I control clicked on that one, so that should work also. I guess you don't need to control click, you just click. Because like, if I click on this, then it does that, right? But if I click it again, it does that. If I click on this, and that should actually just make sure we should be good. I forgot about this magic wand tool. It's super useful when you're working with terrains like this. The 2D top-down terrain. So we should be good. We'll give that the old save-a-roo. Alright. Let's mark that off on the sticky note that I've got here. Oh wait, not actually, I think we did fix the map. This one is the one that we want to mark off though. Alright, World 4 dead ends. There's the fish box sound effects. That's something we could do. So the fish box is where you collect the fish after you've caught them. And a lot of it actually happens in these scripts. But this is the scene, so some of it happens here as well. So yeah, we've got the A and the B buttons here, and those handle the music or the sound effects. And honestly, I'm wondering if it's a good idea to add more events to this, because I don't want it to run out of tokens. So it might actually be a good idea to refactor this into scripts as well. So yeah, we can make two scripts, and we should be able to fit all 32 into one script, but there's technically 64 because there's two different sound effects for each fish. So what we'll do here is thinking of a title or the name for the script. Fish box call SFX. And then fish box death SFX. Alright, so now we've got 2 different scripts here, and what we'll do is well, let's figure out which one is the call and which one's the... Alright, so A is call and B is death. So what we can do now is just select all of these, copy them, delete them. Got the call one, we'll paste them here. This will take a second because there's a lot of things being pasted here. Alright, so there we've got that, and then we're going to do the same thing for death. But before that, let's add the call script event here, and we'll do fishbox call sound effects. Then we can copy this, we'll paste it here, and change it to fish depth SFX, and then we'll copy all of these. And we'll add them to the death effect. So we've just refactored all of those events into scripts. But now we're going to add to these scripts so that way we can make more sound effects. And again, the reason that I'm doing this is because each, like, I'm not sure what, each group of scripts, or each group of events, right, can only have so many tokens. And this goes for scripts as well. Every little like tab on a scene, like the on, like the player hit, the on in it, you know, like all of these can only have so many different events, and each event takes up a different number of tokens based on how much data it is. I'm not really sure exactly what tokens is, but it's basically data. And there's only so much data that each thing can have before it runs out, and then when it runs out, it won't compile. It'll say that there's too many tokens being used on this script or whatever. So then what you do is you refactor it into a second script, and when, let's say you need to cut a script in half, well, you can make one script into 3 scripts then, or just 2 if you wanted, and in that first script it would call both of those second scripts, or just that second script if that's what you wanted. It's a little bit, like, I don't know, redundant to do it with 3, like one that calls both the other 2, but at the same time it like makes more sense to do it that way, like when you're looking at things. I don't know. I kind of do both. Like, if you look at this one, 0 through 15 is right here, and then if it checks to see if you've unlocked more than 3 worlds, then it calls the second script, which is right here, and then it does 16 through 31, so that way it gets all 32 fish, because it starts at 0, right? So that's what I mean by refactoring it, because I didn't want to have to do, because there's a lot of events in here. Each of these have all of these. There's 9, 10, 11 different 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different events for each fish. So I wanted to make sure that I didn't go over that token count, so I refactored it into multiple scripts. Yeah, but now we're gonna do more sound effects here. So the easiest way is to just copy and paste them all. because we know there's 16 here and we've got 32 total. So why not just copy and paste them all instead of having to go through each one and then count later. It does take a second. And then here you can see where it starts over at 0. We can just change this to 16 now. And then we go into here. And I actually renamed redid the naming convention after 16, because if you notice, these don't actually have the fish type number on them, which would have been easier. So after the fact, I did that on the other one. So now I can just do call 16 and then it's got that. However, these ones, if we look at 15 here, these ones have the name of the fish. Slimy is the name of the fish. However, the new fish don't have names yet, so that's part of the reason. This one was just Gen 5 Fish 1. It makes sense if you're looking at Gen 5 Fish 1. Maybe we'll call that one Spongy, I don't know. But I still haven't come up with names yet though, so. Anyways, now we're gonna do that for every single new fish here. So we've got 17 here. And then we'll do call 17. And it might actually just be easier if we start at the bottom, so that way things don't move around on us. So we've got 31 because it starts at 0 and there's 32 fish. Call 31. Oops, that's 21. Call 31, and then we close that. 14 becomes 30. Call 30. Whoop. I'm just messing up all over the place here. My fingers are slipping. Call 30. 29. Call 29. Call 28. 27. Call 27. And so it's okay to open them up in succession, but eventually you want to close them behind you because things will get slow if you just leave all of the events open, especially when you have a whole bunch like this. So this is 26. Call 26. And this, if SFX off equals 0, this is what I do before every sound effect, right? And what this actually is a variable that tracks if the sound effects are on or off. You can actually see the button here. When you click on it, it changes sound effects off to be 1, which is true, right? And that's why I put off after it, because typically when you have a Boolean, if it doesn't say like what it is, then it's either true or false, right? And if it's active, if it's 1, then it's true, right? But in this situation, if sound effects wasn't called off, it was just sound effects 1, that would mean that it's off. And the reason why I did that is just because it starts off. So why turn it on to have sound effects on, right? I mean, technically you could, but it's just as easy to write sound effects off. And that's just the way that I've been doing it since the start, so that's my thinking on that. 25. Call 25. And so the sound effects are fun. They kind of sound crappy in the engine. But they sound better on a good emulator. But the sound effects are fun. I actually made them on stream using my mouth for all of them but one. Forget, there's like a clacking sound that I used a plastic headphone container to make. Anyways, 24. Call 24. Uh, 23. Call 23. Call 22. Yeah, the clacking sound is actually like this claw here. You can see it right there. I was like, how do I make that sound with my mouth? I don't want to hurt my teeth. So this is 21. Call 21. Call 20. Oh, that one sounds really bad. Yeah, like I said, the engine, unfortunately, puts that buzzing there no matter what you do if you're using a wave sample. Which is unfortunate, because that's the only way I understand how to make sound effects for this engine. I suppose there's another way you could do it, but I'm not really understanding how that works. 19. Call 19. So what I do is I just tell people to use the emulators that I know have good audio. I'm just closing these behind me now. BGB is my favorite. That's 18. Call 18. But Sameboy also works. And GameBat also has decent sound. I really don't know why that is. I have a feeling that it has something to do with the way that people like write the emulators and how they handle the sound effects. Because my theory, and this is just a theory, I've never written an emulator before. My theory is that Game Boy requires 8-bit wave sound effects. And I feel like maybe that's overlooked when people write the emulator, because sometimes it's fine, and other times it's got this weird sound, like it's trying to process a 16-bit wave sample, maybe? I don't know, that's just my guess. That's my little theory there. I could be completely wrong. Alright, so now we do the death sound effects. So we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to copy all of these. Yeah, you can't use Control-C and Control-V here. You have to actually click on the thing, hit copy, and then you use Alt, and then hit the paste event button there. It's kind of confusing, but once you get the hang of it, it's easier to do. At first, it's like, why can't I just copy-paste this stuff? And then it's like, oh, you can, but you have to, like, do it this weird way. And yeah, it takes a second. So, like, if you've got a whole bunch, it might feel like it crashed, and it possibly maybe even could, I don't know. But it's a good idea to save when you're doing stuff like that. But yeah, so we'll go, let's start at the bottom again. So this will be 31. And now we're doing the death sounds. So we'll just do death 31. And then this will be 30. Death 30. This one's 29. Death 29. So yeah, and just to explain things again, this curve fish box, that is tracking what fish is being shown at the moment. And then if you hit the button, it calls these scripts, all these events in these scripts, right? So depending on if it's a death sound or a call sound, it goes through this and checks to see which fish is showing, and then it plays the sound effect. And it does it really quick. I know there's a lot of them, but it actually goes through really fast. Even on the GB or the DMG version, the old Game Boy, the processing is actually really quick because the data is so small. Everything is just bits, right? So it's just like going through, like checking the bits, like and it's like instantaneous. Even the graphics stuff is pretty freaking quick. Like if you're doing like a whole screen of graphics, you might be able to see it, but it happens so quick that like you can even get away with that. Like people aren't gonna complain. So like one thing that I did on the bosses, I build it from the bottom to the top, so that way it looks kind of like it's emerging. Now I'm not actually animating it. Like I'm not saying do the top and then do the top here and then the bottom and then below it there and then do, and you could do that and that might actually look better, but like just building it up from the top to the bottom, I feel like, because it's so instantaneously quick, like you blink and you miss it, right? But it happens from bottom to top rather than top to bottom, and that just feels like it's coming out of the water. Like I said, you probably could animate it to be like, this is the top row, and then this is the top row, and this is the second to top row, and then this is the top row, and this is the second, and this is the third. Like, actually animate it coming out of the water, but that's a lot more work. Yeah, it's a lot of events and stuff too. This one was 29, this one's 28. Death, 28. This one is 27. Death, 27. This one's 26. Death, 26. 25. Death, 25. 24. Death, 24. 23. Death, 23. 22. Death, 22. 21. Death, 21. Oh, got that space there. 20. Death, 20. 19. Death, 19. 18. Death, 18. 17. Death, 17. This one is 16. Death, 16. Oh, that didn't change to 16 there. There we go. Alright, so now all of the death sounds and call sounds should be working in the fish box. We could test it. We will later, but I have a pretty solid feeling that these are going to work fine. Yeah, we are calling the scripts here, so that should be good. And it shouldn't have any problem building because of the way that we did it. if it did, let's say we had 64 different audio samples and maybe that was enough to go over the token limit, then we would just have to refactor it further and cut things down into like if 31 was, or 32 was too many, then we could break it off into 16 and then do the second half on a different script. But since we broke up both the deaths and the calls onto separate scripts, I feel like we should be absolutely fine. Alright, so let's mark that off on the list. Sound effects for calls, or no, sound effects for Fishbox. Fishbox sound effects. Alright. The life for the fish on World 8, that's kind of important. All the fish have 0 health on World 8. So if you like get into a fight and then you attack one fish, they all die because it checks to see how much life they all have, and they all have 0. So let's give them some life. Let's zoom out a bit here. Alright, so this actually happens in the fish fight scenes. And if we go to like 3 and 4, these ones are already done. And you can see we got the populate fish, and then we've got the fish names, right? This checks to see who goes first. This isn't actually being used. So I have a feeling that the fish names actually does the health. I could be wrong. Let's see how that works. No, it just does the dialogue and it does the call sound effect. So that's like 2 birds with 1 stone if we did that, but I really want to figure out the health stuff, so let's see where that happens. So this is the battle manager. It's actually an actor, but it holds all of the battle stuff in these on init and on update. So it calls the health UI here. Then we've got make sure the enemies aren't dead. The enemy count is 1. Enemy 2 health equals 0. Enemy 2 dead equals 1. Alright, so set enemy health by group. So this is where it actually sets the health here. We do have an ad. Yeah, so each type, so enemy 1 is the position, and then the type is the different type of fish. A little bit confusing, but each type gets a different amount of health. So that one is 130, 140, 160, 170. Is a little weird. Why does it jump from 140 to 160? That's supposed to be like that? 130, 140, 160, 170. Yeah, I'm not sure why it jumps there. 130, 140, 160, 170. Yeah, I really don't know why it does that. Let's see what this one does. So it's in the battle manager on Init. Then we've got these different fish types. We've got 180, 190, 200, and 210. Yeah, so there's no jump here. I don't know why there's a jump in those fish there. Kind of a weird thing. I would say we could fix it, but man, there's like a whole lot that needs to happen then. Because we need to do it for each position. And it looks like we're back from the ads. Or at least about back from the ads. So honestly, I think we should just leave it as some type of anomaly where the Generation 3 fish, there's a 10 health gap between these two. Kind of makes things a little bit more difficult, but I don't know. But then these ones are just 10 all the way across, so we might as well just have these ones all the way 10 across as well. So let's take a look here. It ends at 220, it looks like, for fish type 15. So 16 would be like 230 then, right? But also, let's take another look. There might be something going on here. So if we go to fight scene 2 versus fight scene 3, maybe we can see the gap. Hey, Electric Mindset. Hey, dude. Hope you had a good day. I'm just lurking this stream, but we'll catch another where I can chat soon. No worries. Thank you so much for the lurk. Everyone should check out Electric Mindset. I have no issues with people lurking whatsoever. I appreciate both Cosmo and Electric Mindset lurking. But yeah, I hope you had a great day too. My day's been pretty good. Haven't really done too much. Just kind of hanging out. Played some Mega Bonk. Played some Helldivers. And now we're getting some work done. We're chipping away at Demon Fish Dead Ahead. And it's coming along. We did so much of the, what's it called? The tedious copy-pasting stuff. We got it all out of the way. So now we're, I mean, we still have to copy-paste some stuff because that's the nature of kind of growing this game the way that we are. However, all of that populating the fish into the fight scenes is done. Now we're doing the health. Alright, so, oh, I did, dude. Thanks for asking. Megabonk is great. Definitely got to chat about that game soon. Glad you got the tedious stuff out of the way. Always makes things smoother. Yeah, it took a lot out of me. And it took a good 3 or 4 streams to do it all. Actually, I think it was more than 3 or 4 streams. But it took less than I was expecting, which is nice. There is still quite a bit that we need to do on this game, but it's not like super difficult. Alright, so enemy type 7 is 120 health, and then enemy type 11 is, oh wait, no. Enemy type 8 is 130, so there is just a 10 gap between worlds as well. So that kind of helps us to know where we're going here. So 220, so this one will be 230. So we'll start with enemy count 1. Hey, Lot Lizard! Nice work getting first. Hope you're doing well. You get some hell diving in, Lot Lizard? You are right now. Cool. Nice. Yeah, I saw you were on earlier, but your squad, you were full up on your squad. But I was playing with Indiana. Yeah, LOL, you should have told me. Well, it looked like you were pretty busy. You're so popular. No, I'm glad that you got people to play with. Yeah, Indiana hit me up. He was like, "Hey, you want to play Helldivers?" I was like, "Sure." So we played a couple of rounds. Nothing too crazy. I made many friends. Oh, I bet. Yeah. I mean, you gotta consider that you're like one of the only female players on that game. Like, other than that one woman that we were playing that was on with Killer. Like, I haven't seen any other females in that game. I mean, granted, there's a lot of people who don't use a mic, but yeah, I don't talk half the time. Yeah, a lot of people don't. A lot of people just use the pings and stuff. I feel like that's become like the I don't know, the like the good players, the players who've been playing for a long time don't bother with the mic anymore. They just use the pings and like the different communication stuff. But honestly, that shit just feels so robotic to me. I would much rather actually communicate with the mic. Like, I get that people, they take the game seriously and they play so much that they don't want to have a mic on the whole time that they play, or they don't want people to, if they got kids, you know, they got a wife that's talking to them. You know, they don't want that to happen. I get that. That makes sense. Yeah, true. I'll BRB. Hope your stream goes great. I'll be back. Okay, yeah. Well, thank you for dropping in, Lot Lizard. I appreciate you saying hey. Hope you have fun hell diving. I got people that also play No Man's Sky. Oh, really? That's cool. Cool. From Helldivers, they play that too. That's awesome. Yeah, I haven't played No Man's Sky in a bit here. Oh wait, what am I doing here? We want to start at 2... What was that? Okay, this one starts at 220. Huh? Oh, did I already do scene 5? I already did scene 5, didn't I? I see. I see. We just need to do... Oh. You just need to do 7 and 8, I think. Well, let's see what scene 6 looks like. Yeah, okay. So these ones are already done. So that ends at 290 on 23. So if we go here, we've got... This will be 24. 25, 26, and 27, and then 300, 310, 320, 330, and then just to get things in a row here, this one is 28, 29, 30, and 31. Oh, that's not right. 31, and then So 330 is where it leaves off, so this one will be 340, 50, 60, and 370. But yeah, we need to do that for each of them. And this is just enemy 1 type. We need to do that for enemy 2 type. Enemy position 1, 2. Yeah, so it's kind of like an exponential thing here. So basically we need to copy these 2 numbers to each of them. Or we could copy this and then copy those numbers. Or change those variables. I'm not sure what would be easiest here. I feel like let's try it. We'll delete this one, copy this one, paste it in here, and then we'll just change the enemy. Oh, yeah, that one's actually fine because it's enemy 1 type first. But then we need to change the numbers for this one. So we'll paste that one here, and then do enemy 2 type. For each of these. So I guess that's a little bit easier than having to remember all those numbers and making sure they're all the same. Just 4 changes rather than 8. Alright, so we've got that. And now we need the 3. So, position 1, position 2, position 3. So, we'll delete these, and delete these, and delete these. And then we'll take this one, copy it, paste it there. And then position 2, copy that one and paste it here. And we'll paste it here. And then we'll change this to enemy 3. Oops. Alright. Now we've got enemy 3 type, enemy 2, or enemy position 1, 2, and 3, and now we need 4 here. So we'll delete these ones, delete these ones, delete these ones, so these ones. And then we'll copy this first one, put it in this first slot. Copy this one. And then this one. There's probably a less redundant way of doing this, to be honest. But this works. So we'll just change this to enemy 4. I'm trying to think about how that... Oh wait, this one needs to be typed, not health. I don't know, I clicked the wrong thing there. I'm trying to think about how I would do it to make it less redundant. I think if... I want to make sure that I didn't click the wrong thing on any of those. All those look good. Like if... Because we've got this enemy count. What if it was like, if enemy count is less than... No. If enemy count is greater than... So it would just do this one first, enemy 1 position, because there's always going to be an enemy in position 1 on every fight. And then it would be like, if the enemy count is greater than 1, then do this one. And then another conditional that says, if it's greater than 2, then do this one. Rather than saying, because this is basically working like a switch, where it's like, if the count equals 1, then do just 1. If the count equals 2, then do 2. If the count equals 3, do 3. Seagoat, welcome in. Thank you for the bits. I hope you're doing well. How are you doing tonight? It's always good to see you. We're working on Demon Fish Dead Ahead. We're giving the enemies health. The last time we tested World 4, all of the enemies had 0 health, and as soon as you attacked any of them, they would all die because they all had no health. Good, just place a pizza order. Oh, cool. What kind of pizza are you getting? And where are you getting it from? I'm always curious about these things. I'm a pizza connoisseur kind of person. So gonna dip out when it's ready. No worries, no worries. I totally get it. Pizza is important. Pizza is life. So I think we should group these together so it's a little bit easier. So we'll do new, or we'll just do group, right? Event group. And then we'll rename it to set health group. Alright, so we'll throw that here. And then we'll copy these things or select them and drag them in there. And these ones are set up correctly here. So we'll just copy this and delete these. Paste it in there. And because this is enemy position 1, and these ones are all set to enemy 1 type, that's exactly what we need. However, these ones are the wrong numbers. The right type, but the wrong numbers. So we're going to delete these, paste or copy and paste this group, but now they're the right numbers, but the wrong type, or the wrong position. So we're gonna go enemy type 2 for all 4 of these, and this is quicker than changing the numbers, because then there would be 8 things that we needed to change instead of 2 things. Alright, so we've got the enemy 2 type stuff done. Domino's, pepperoni, and barbecue chicken. Oh, cool. I'm not a huge Domino's person, but hey, you know, pizza is pizza sometimes. But pepperoni and barbecue, that's an interesting choice. I like the spiciness of pepperoni, and spicy barbecue chicken sounds good. So yeah, that works. So then we're gonna go into the enemy count 3. Oh, and thank you for the lurk, I appreciate that. We're gonna go into the third one here, and we're just going to replace all of these. Because they have the wrong numbers, the right type, or the right position, but the wrong numbers. So, delete. 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 And then we're gonna grab this one for the first one. This one for the second one, and the third one. So the second one's correct, but the third one has the wrong position here. So enemy 3 type. So the enemy 3 number is actually the position, then the type is this number after it. But we want the third position for these ones. Oops. Oops. Hey. Alright, enemy 3 type. Alright, so that one's set up. But now we've got this one which has all 4. So again, we'll remove all of the innards of these groups. Just collapse them all so they're a little bit neater. You can see things a little bit easier. And I don't think you can, yeah, you can't select multiple outside of different groups, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. Alright, so in enemy position 1, we're gonna want this first group. Enemy position 2, got the second group. And then the third one, got the third group. And the fourth group. And then for the fourth group, we're going to change all of these to be enemy 4 type. Alright, so that does it for fight scene 8. Now the bosses I don't think have gotten the help either. So let's take a look at those. This one actually looks okay. We kind of have to look at the ones before to make sure. Oh, the list was 355, 250, and 250. And this one is 355, 200, and 200. So something's definitely off there. Let's see what this one says. 355, 250, and 250. Okay, yeah. So they haven't been set correctly. They're still the same as the last one. But if we take a look at boss 1 versus boss 2, we'll see the difference here. And we want demo mode on equals 0. So 255 and then 355. So we can just go to 455. We can just add 100 to them, I think. And then the tentacles, yeah, 150. We'll just add 100 for each world. So 455 and then 300. And honestly, it's kind of weird that it says 55. I think that's because it was maxed out at 255, but now it doesn't need to be, so we'll just change it to 250. It's not that, like, it just feels weird that it's at 255. It gives people the impression that it's at the max when it's not. And the demo mode was only at 150 anyways, yeah, so. So 450, 300, 300. We'll go to the boss. This will be 550. And wait, why is it 250, 250? This one is 50 and 50 for the tentacles. This one is 250. That's a lot harder, isn't it? And then this one is 300. Should they be 350? These ones be 450? Kinda wish I had a spreadsheet for all of this. So 250. Why are these ones only 50? That's the weird. Oh no, they're 150. I was looking at this one. 150. 250. So these should be 350 then. These ones should be 450. So 250 for boss 1. 350 for boss 2. 450 for boss 3. And 550 for boss 4. Alright, so the next thing we want to do is fix these sprites. Because we've got boss 4 legs. And if we take a look at these, they are not actually there yet. So let's fix that. We go to images, or I'm sorry, not images. We go to sprites, and then we go boss 4 legs. You see we have 4 directions in movement. Let's just change it to 4 directions. And we actually only need 2 of them. So we'll just make well, first of all, we can make it smaller. Alright, so 1. What am I doing? Alright, so that's what we'll do for 1. Hey, 6-part mix! Thank you for the follow, welcome in. And then we've got this one, which will be 2. And there's only 2. I wanted to make more, but I realized the UI only allows for 5. And all of the game's programming only allows for 4, so I didn't feel like going all the way to 5. Because that would be weird to have, what, 2, I don't know. I guess it would be fun, but like it's just a lot to program that just for 1 boss. Also, I'd have to rebalance things to make more sense. I don't know. It's just easier to do it this way. So now, this one, we need to change it to face the right direction. There we go. And then this one, that one. Yeah. So now those tentacles look more like dragon claws. They're not very big and scary, but that's okay. The tentacles actually get smaller after this level. But these ones use so many bright tiles that I had to like do some fancy programming to turn them off while using the splash thing, which was kind of a pain in the ass. So these ones will actually probably do the same thing, and they don't really need to. Not really sure where I made that change, to be honest. Not there, apparently. I swore one time it like went over this, and that maybe that was just a bug. Anyways, that should work for the boss health and the enemy's health. Let's save that. Mark it off on the list. Life for fish on World 8. And then we can put bosses also. Right, so we still need the new fish names and the sound effects for fish calls when they join the fight, which is actually one thing. So we'll just compile those together. Test worlds 3 and 4, obviously we got to do that. Let's put that at the end, because that's, yeah, of course we have to test the game. All of this stuff requires art and or story, besides the music, which should probably come after we have an idea of what it's going to look and feel like. Let's just organize this shit a little bit better. Oops, what am I doing here? Alright, so let's see. The cutscenes, we have to come up with things to say, possibly. The new fish names and sound effects is kind of boring, but... And we do need to come up with names for each of the fish. Which is like a thing in itself, right? The windscreen, I kind of want to redraw the, like the starting cutscene. The different backgrounds could be interesting and fun. Also, there was this thing that I wanted to do where each of the backgrounds had this bug, because it goes like right to the edge, right? And I think if I make it a little bit wider by like a tile, 8 pixels on either side, so like 16 wider, then when it does the screen shake, it won't produce garbage on the sides. So that's something that I want to do. These waves will have to stay the same, but this background stuff can change, and all of these inside waves can change too. I don't know how much they'll need to be changed, but maybe we just change these backgrounds and that will be enough, like change the rocks and stuff. I just feel like it would help to have like some variety in there. Also, I feel like these should be up just a little bit. Could probably even move them in a little bit closer. Because the boss fits all the way up to like there. Or maybe even to there. But yeah, that makes me wonder about the missing... Oh yeah, okay, I fixed it. On the bosses, they choose between those 2 spots instead of, like, because on these fights, the mist splash can go all the way down here. Which, if there's an enemy there, it won't feel like you're missing. And then these ones, I believe, should do the same thing, yeah. Alright, so that works. Wonder, maybe we could even put them closer. That way it feels like they're actually attached to the dragon. And like it's gonna grab the ship or something. Just give it a little bit more variety. I'm just looking at this thinking of what, like, different things that I could do to make it more interesting. Like, clearly we could change up the rocks in the background, but, like, I don't know how much difference that's actually gonna make. There's only so many wave patterns, and they kind of have to look similar in order to make it feel like the perspective. Hey Kilo, thanks for checking in. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. We're working on Demonfish Dead Ahead still. We've gotten quite far. It might be a good time to test the game actually. We've made quite a few changes here. Gotta make sure it compiles after all. Excuse me. So yeah, it's building now. Got our build log there. Oh, did we get an error? Sometimes this just happens. I don't know why. This no such folder. It's like, I don't even know what that means. And sometimes it happens. But then you do it again and it doesn't happen the next time. Not quite sure what's up with that. I feel like it might have something to do with a plugin or something like that, but I don't think I'm using any plugins for this project, so. But it happened for Pyrotoad as well. When I was working on that all the time, every once in a while it would just error out and not actually do what it said it was gonna do. Strangely. Alright, so it built that time, like I said. Just had to do it another time here. So let's switch the music here. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and check out the level, the 4th level. And we'll cheat to give us more health and stuff like that. So as you can see, it has health now, so that's good. That's a fun palette. That was weird. Wait, oh, I see what's going on. Those other fish don't have health. You see what happened there? So that was a... Not really sure what happened there. Let's pause it and turn off the music so it doesn't glitch out while I dig around, because that wasn't supposed to happen. We were supposed to have fixed that. So that was a... What was that? There was a jellyfish and a mohawk fish. So it was a 7. We didn't actually play with 7. We just did 8. So clearly we overlooked something on 7. Or no. We did do that. Did we screw up the numbers? So that was a 3. And it was 2 different fish. Or were they both? Let's take a look at these numbers here. Where do they leave off? 23. That's 20, 21, 22, and 23. 24, 25, 26, and 27. That should be correct. Not sure why it would be 0. Let's play some more here, actually. Oh, it happened again. Fish 1 has health, but fish 2 and 3 do not. Alright, let's take a look at the debugger. Enemy count equals 3, enemy 1 type equals 24, enemy 2 type equals 24, enemy 3 type equals 25. 24, 24, 25. However, this is supposed to be 20. Oh yeah, 24, 25, 26, 27. That's right. Enemy 1 health. Oh, you know what? These variables didn't get changed. So it's 2 either way. I wasn't thinking when I copy pasted this stuff. I was thinking, oh, I wouldn't have to change these, but I have to change these ones as well. Alright, so that's what we gotta do now. And we'll have to do that for 7 and 8. But at least we see the issue. So we can just copy and paste what we just did there. And then we gotta change 3. It wouldn't be game dev if there wasn't some bugs, right? Alright, and now for enemy 4 health. Alright. On to fight scene 8 then. We'll do the same thing. Oops, that was the wrong one. For 4, now 3. Oops. Alright. And then 2. Oh, I did it again. Alright. So then we can just copy and paste 2 and 3. So we'll start with 3. Delete 2. Grab 2. And then delete 2 from here, paste 2 there. Alright, that should do it for fight scene 8. Because 1 is fine. 1 had no issues. Alright, let's test it again. We should have health for all the fish on level 4. Put the build log up. I'm out of tea. All right. Let's go to options. We'll turn off the background music so it doesn't bug out on us. And then yeah. Oh, actually, I was gonna cheat. Options, cheat, choose world, world 4, boss dead, no, boss enabled, no, choose level, yes. Oh, that reminds me of something else that we haven't done yet. Boss for sprite. I don't know if we've made it yet. I don't think we have. It definitely isn't implemented. What level? We'll go with 160. XP is 0, next level at 320. Alright, so now we should be able to fight fish, and they should all have health now. Yep, they've all got health now. So they make sounds when they die, they don't make sounds when they show up. Also, they don't have names yet. It's interesting that it still works without having the names. Or the sound effects. It just like pretends like it's already done it, even though it hasn't. Wait, that's weird. It didn't do what it's supposed to do there. It just ended the fight prematurely. It's a little bit strange. It did that whole like XP thing there. It didn't do that for some reason on that one fight. That's something that I noticed before too. I'm not sure why sometimes that happens. Like that's kind of always been a bug that's been plaguing the game. There's some really deep logic that goes on with all the permutations and stuff. So there's probably something that I overlooked. And it's just, it probably only happens on one specific permutation. Like, if it's a 3-fish battle, and fish 1 and fish 2 are dead, and then you kill fish 3, it doesn't bother to give you experience. Not quite sure, but I think that's what happened. So maybe it'll happen again. I think it's the same permutation. So after we kill this guy, it may or may not give us experience. But yeah, welcome back from the ads. We're testing. Yep, you see what happened? It did it again there. It didn't even kill the fish. It just like ended. Not really sure why that is. But now we know that it's like when there's 3 fish and the first 2 are dead. So let's try to figure this out. Sadly, been copy and pasted. That particular one was in this one. So there's a chance that it didn't get copy and pasted to the second one, but if it's in this one, that means that it's in this one, and this one, and this one also. So, and a chance that it might be in all of them, so I don't know, let's take a look. So that would be during the player's turn, right? So it's actually on update here, and player's turn equals 1. And then attack choice equals 3. Check death. This is where it would happen. So if enemy count equals 3, if enemy count equals 3, I think this just puts waves. Yeah, because it's tile 19 on all of these. Yeah. So that just makes the fish go away. If enemy 1 health is less than 0. If enemy 2 health is less than or equal to 0. This says if enemy 2 is dead. Wait, I think I see the issue here. It's not checking to see if enemy 3 is dead yet. Because there's 3 counts. It's going straight to if enemy 2 is dead, end the fight. That shouldn't happen unless this is true also. Like on this one it doesn't say end the fight. Wait, it does. But it's a 3 count battle. Why is it ending the fight? I don't think it should. I think that's the issue here. Oh wait, so it's checking to see if enemy 2 is dead. But it's not checking to see if enemy 3 is dead. This one's checking to see if enemy 3 is dead. And if enemy 1's dead. Wait, this one's checking to see if enemy 3 is dead. So it's checking to see if they're all dead. They all say fish 1, position 1, but it's not actually. Which is a little bit ridiculous, but so if enemy 3 is dead, and then it does end fight. If enemy 1 dead equals 1, if enemy 2 dead is 1, then it does that. So I think there's something weird going on here. If we look at the way this one does it, it's different. You can see there's an event group that handles the end the scene and checks if they're all dead at the very end. It doesn't do that for each one. There's no end scene group in here. I think that's the way this one should work too. I think what needs to happen is this should be dragged out here. This should be closed down. This should be dragged out here. And this should be disabled. And this should be disabled. Alright, so now it ends the fight after it does that. But now we need to check to make sure they're all dead. So this one goes in here, and this one can be deleted. So if enemy 1 is dead, if enemy 2 is dead, and enemy 3 are all dead, then it ends the fight. But when each of them die, so if it's got 0 health, it makes it dead. Then it gives you the add fish quant, gives you the experience, and then very lastly, it checks to see if they're all dead. That's the way it should be. I don't know why that one's different. What's this one like? Yeah. So it's only the enemy 3 count that's causing that issue, which is weird. So let's fix that on all of them. So it was player's turn 1. So this one actually has it fixed. So I fixed it on one and not the other. That's real weird. I guess that makes sense if it was hard to pin down. And also that's less work. That means it's fixed on this one also because I just copied and pasted. Well, at least we're like pinning down some of these bugs because, like I said, that was kind of plaguing me since the beginning. Yeah, it's got this event group. That one's good, but that means this one has that same issue. So just to make things easier, we can just take this event group, copy it, go into here, player's turn equals 1, enemy count equals 3. Wait, this one's fixed too. Oh, so that means the only one that's not fixed is this one. I wonder why it was so hard to pin down. It was a game jam. Wait, this one is fixed too. How does that even work? Maybe I fixed it after I started copy pasting things and then just never went back? That's really fucking weird. Yep, that one's fine. I guess I should just double check here. Oh, this one's got the same issue. Yeah, it's got this end fight thing going on. That should only happen once. There it is again. And there's no event. So let's just add that event here. Got it pasted, and it says enemy 1 is equal to dead. Check to see if enemy 2 is equal to dead. If that's both correct, then check to see if enemy 3 is dead, and if that is also, then overworld RNG equals 0. Restore previous scene to stack because the fight is over. And it waited 5 seconds to make sure that the fish was added to the fish box and the experience was given, so we can delete these. So that must be where it got copy pasted from. I guess that makes sense. Let's double check this one just to be sure too. One's fixed. And I guess we could check the bosses, but I'm pretty sure those are going to be fine. I've never had the boss just automatically die on you. But it does kill the tentacles if you kill the boss first. But that was intentional. So it says Overlord slain. It should say Death Lord. Then on this one, it should say Dragon Lord. Also, it shouldn't say tentacle here, it should say claw. Oh, this isn't gonna fit. Oh, it did fit. Dragon Lord slain, congratulations. You did it, nice work, Yargh. Keep sailing if you'd like. Forever. However, it says that on boss 2 still, and we don't need it to say that anymore. I think it just said onward through the skull cave before. And then on this one, it's actually gonna play a cutscene instead of sending you back. Where it says restore previous scene. Weird that it says if enemy 1 health is 0 instead of just enemy 1 or 2 is dead, because I don't see it actually setting the health to 0. So that's kind of an issue. Probably fix that. Oh wait, no, it says kill tentacles right here, and then yeah, it sets the health to 0. Okay, never mind. Yeah. So let's put a comment here. Send to end scene or win screen. We'll just put parentheses win, not wine, win. Win. Alright. So that should fix that bug on both of those levels. So I'm glad we found that. That was kind of vexing me for a while there. It looks like we got ads starting in about 5 minutes. It will be about time for a tea break here. And honestly, it's probably a good time for me to take a break anyways. So let's do a 3-minute ad break, and I'll just make some tea, and then probably be back around that time. So shouldn't take longer than 3 minutes to make tea, but you never know. Anyways, BRB. See you in a second. Okay, I am back. Took it a little longer than I thought, but I got my tea, refilled water, munched a little bit. Okay. So I think it's time to take a look at those names. So it says 1 through 10. I'm not sure why it says 1 through 10. Let's take a look at what the hell is going on here. We've got variable A equals enemy 1 type, B2, C3, D4. And we've got the names 0 through 15. I don't know why it says 1 through 10. So variable A is enemy 1 type. The new fish names. I think we're gonna have to duplicate the script, or make like a duplicate of the script and do the other names. But I do think this is supposed to be 1 through 15, not, or 1 through 16, or 0 through 16 rather than 1 through 10. That's just really weird. So this is enemy 1 type because there's always going to be an enemy 1. This one, if the enemy count is more than 1, and it does enemy 2 names. If it's more than 2, then it does enemy 3 names. So this is the setup that we should have done in the fish box as well, but not the end of the world. Alright, but yeah, this is indeed 0 through 15, not 1 through 10, so let's rename that. I don't know what I was thinking when I named it 1 through 10. We'll just rename it here because that's being weird over there. 0 through 15. Enemy names 0 through 15. Alright, so what we'll do now is we'll make a new script. Copy this. Make a new script. Paste it here. Enemy names 16 through 31. And let's take the notes here and we'll copy and paste them. And now we need to come up with new names. So I guess we can start that now. We've got Spongy. So this will be 16. I'm just giving them new numbers here. And this is all for me, just so I can keep better track of things. The players don't see this, it doesn't get compiled into the game at all. But in order to get the players to see the names, we need to know the names for us. So that's what this is. Alright, so number 16 we're gonna call Spongy. Bongri, Spongy. 17. What was the name of the fish in The Simpsons? Blinky. Blinky. Gabo. And then Sucker, maybe? Lampy? Lamprey? Yeah, we'll just call it Lamprey. Get a closer look at this one. So this is like its eye, right? But it also could be a mouth. I think it's its eye. Maybe eye eel. Eye eel. Eye eel. Opticule. Octical. Let's call it Octical. Maybe optical, like a binocular. Optical. Is optical a word? Because the spell check didn't do anything there. Optical. Optically. Optical. Octical. Did you mean optical with the A? A seaweed-based lubricant. Optical will be your go-to brand for wet soup lube. Gross. Optical wetsuit lubricant. Apparently you need lubricant to get into a wetsuit. Anyways, I like the optical spelling because it's more like a spectacle. How do you spell spectacle? Oh, it is A-L-E. Monocle? Monocoid? Monocloid? Monoculoid? I also don't know how big that can be. I mean, clearly blob nose fits. The lamprey should be fine. But monoculoid probably won't fit. Well, octocoal. Well, that's more like an octopus, right? Ocucole. Ocucole? An ocucole. Ocucole. Ocucole, is that a word? Ocucal is a lotion for your eyes. Ocuclay, right, oculay, ocuclay. That's what it's gonna be, oculi. An oculay? Ocuclay. An ocuclay. An ocucle? Ocucle. Like tentacle, but ocucle. Yes, that's what it's gonna be. That was hard. Alright, this next one. Clawfish. Clawfish. Go from being hard to easy there. Mantis squid. Is that gonna fit? Manti squid. Manti squid. I don't even know what this is. Like a sea bass. Tea time. We call it bass, but that's not very demon-esque. Tooth bass? A fang bass? A bass fang? Fang bass. Fanged bass? Fanged bass. I don't know if that's gonna fit. We'll make it work. Deadeye. Oh, we're on to the next. Alright, moving along here. This one is an ostrich fish. Crane fish. Let's go with ostrich fish. Could be a mohawk fish. A punky fish, a punk fish. A blade fin. A knife fin. A finsicle. A punk fin. One word, punk fin. A jelly, a cuttlefish, a cuddle jelly, a jelly cuddle, a kind of looks like a cuttlefish, kind of looks like a jellyfish. It's got eyes. Jellyfish typically don't have eyes. A jelly eye. What are the squids in Mario called? Bloopers. We'll call it blooper. Or we'll call it bloopy. Now we're not stealing. Bloopy. I like that name. Like bleep blop. And then we've got the axolotl. Axolotl? How do you even spell that word? Axolotl. How do you pronounce it?
Axolotl.
Axolotl. An axolotl. We could spell it like axe. Axolot. We'll just call it axolot. How about that? Axolot. Axolot. There we go. That way no one will think that I misspelled it. Alright. Back to the easy sluggy. Now this one, mouth eye. Don't look. Those could be teeth, but they're eyes. Hungry eye. Hungry. A hunger eye. An eye. Eye tongue. A tongue guy. Hey, we got a raid. Nomable, welcome in. How are you doing? That's playing software and game development. Great to hear it. It's been a while. Good to see you. Atagandev, welcome in. So, Nomable, as well as Atagandev, do either of you have anything you'd like to share that you've been working on? I'd be happy to see anything. Links are open. Anyone who's a dev that has anything or artists that they'd like to share, I'd be happy to check it out on stream here. We're coming up with names for our fish. That's what we're doing here. Also passing some Honest Jam Raiders your way. Ooh, I'm not familiar with Honest Jam. I have a game I finished the post-jam of recently. Sure, I'd love to see the link. If you've got it on itch or something like that, I'd love to check it out. Thank you so much for sharing your Jam Raiders, your Honest Jam Raiders. And of course, lurkers are always welcome. If you've got things you need to do, if you need to eat or sleep or anything like that, that's always fine as well. I'm very grateful and always happy to see what people are working on. So let's check out the link. Give me a second to get a browser open here. Oh, and I'm gonna snooze those ads here. We'll just use up all my snoozes. Alright. Let me get the links here real quick. Alright, I'll check out Nomables first since they were kind enough to raid, sorry. Alright, Plunk. Oh, interesting. Satisfying puzzle roguelike combines slot machine randomness with creative path drawing to create endlessly replayable chain reaction chaos. Well, this looks super interesting. Let's take a look, and it probably has audio, so I'm gonna turn off mine. But yeah, thanks again so much for the raid. I very much appreciate that. I'm pretty sure that I'm following you, but let me make sure. Oh, I was not following you. I must have forgotten before. And I'll give Adagon, 8gon dev. How should I pronounce that? Is it 8gon or Adagon? But I'll give you both a follow. Let's see here. Still very early in the project. Okay. So maybe there is an audio. 3 syllables. Well, I think 8gon dev and Adagon dev. Wait, Atagon? Yeah, you're right, that is 4. So 8gon dev? Is that correct? Anyways, sorry. I'm gonna throw the music back on though. 4 with dev. Oh, okay. So is it Adagon? Cool. Alright, I got it right the first time. I just second guessed myself here. Controls: left click and drag a button to place it on the board. Left click the pipe to rotate it. Left click in empty space to place a bumper. Left click the bumper to rotate it. Right click the bumper to delete it. Scoring 50 points, pair of numbers or colors. Reroll, clear bumper, let's roll. I don't understand. So this is the puzzle. And I see. So I'm trying to make the things go like in order? Is that what's going on here? Let's see what happens. Okay. I think I get it. What happens if I do that? Oh. Oh, well that's not gonna work. Can you do it while it's... Oh, you can. So what if you do that? Interesting. Reach the target score before the end of the final round. When you click the Let's Roll button, the ball will exit the pipe and roll over buttons to increase the score. Oh, and you can change the pipe direction. I see. I read that, but... You know how it is. When you're reading rules, sometimes they go in one ear and out the other kind of thing. So you can do this, and then, oh. Did I just break it? I might have made it easier. Oh wow, didn't expect that to happen. What happens if I do this? Oh. Did I just break it? I think I found a bug. Did I win? Refresh the page, restarting isn't working for some reason. Ah, okay, okay. Well, it's interesting. I like what you've got so far. That infinite loop is why buttons disappear. That's a new break, good to know. Refresh the page, restarting isn't working for some reason. Yeah, cool. Well, I'm always happy to find bugs and stuff. Oh, cool. It did that time. Okay. So then we're gonna go this way and that way and then this way and then this. Oh, I missed one. Edagon, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. And we'll check out your link right after this one. Alright, so this will go there. Oh, I missed it. Ah, we got it anyways. So are you supposed to be able to manipulate it while it's rolling? Oh, we got that one real quick. So I like it. One thought that I'm having, and obviously you don't need to use this feedback, but it might be interesting if you can only do it once, right? And I could see how like that might be frustrating for people who aren't quite getting it, but I feel like it might make it more fun for the people who do get it. I don't really know. I like that you can put it into an endless loop. But yeah, I can see how some of them might be more difficult to get on one go. Because you can't put them down on the ones that are there and like, yeah. So you're kind of stuck deciding which ones you want to do. And then yeah, you have to like kind of cut your losses. This is cool though. I really like the concept. I'm a big fan of puzzle games and unique games also, and that checks both the boxes. And as a developer, I could sense that it might be difficult for new players to like grasp, but it's pretty intuitive. It's supposed to be about clearing some stuff for a bigger line. I'm not sure what you mean about that. Oh, clearing stuff for a bigger line. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, basically you try to get like as many as you can, and then like that. And then one thing I'm not sure of, and maybe this could be better explained with like a hover over, does the ×2 multiply this number, or does it multiply the chain? Oh, I didn't make it. And then so when you run out, there's no more. So you need to make sure that you get that ×2. I think it's only when on the chain then, right? But I have heard people say they want to score everything at once. Yeah, I feel like that. Yeah, I feel that. Tooltips are one of the next things on the list after a real tutorial. Cool. Well, thank you so much for sharing this. I really appreciate it. Let's check out what Adagon made. Nice fish, I like that. Thought Thinker. Oh, and did I give you a follow? Filmable? I'm not sure if I did. Oh, okay, I'm already following you. Awesome. And then let's give Adagon a follow as well. Alright, so we've got Jam, created in a week, post Jam, more content, better experience. Let's do the post Jam. As much as I like game jams and stuff, I like to see fuller, more developed games come out of jams. In fact, that's what I'm working on today. It's something that started as a game jam last year, and I've since doubled the content, and now I'm doubling that doubled content. So 4 times the size of the game jam version. All right, peaceful. Let's turn off the music so we can hear this.
Simultaneous.
Simultaneous. I like that. Not sure what's going on here.
Goblin.
Potato. Pillowcase.
Pavement.
Poku.
Combo. Croak. Birds. Frenzy.
Am I supposed to stay away from those? Because there's like a warning symbol.
Resistentialism.
Was that a ooh? What?
Small. Combo.
Harbinger.
Wait, things got small.
What?
Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. Thought bad, click to restart.
Combo.
Pickles, I like Crapulous. This is fun and funny.
Damn.
I like how simple it is, but also it's interesting.
Smoking.
I feel like the mouse is kind of getting caught, but I think that's because I have multiple monitors.
Worker.
Snagger. Hot dog.
Fall.
What was the yellow? Desaturate.
Combo.
Squelch.
Are these ones okay or not? I feel like... Whoa. That is a car. That is a cop car.
Silence.
Control.
Oh wow, that is really chromatically aberrated.
Here. Wizard.
Discombobulate.
Rare.
It reminds me of like that screensaver, like on the old DVD stuff, which is fun. I remember just like watching the screensavers on the DVDs. I made it to 49. This is cool. I like this.
Combo.
Best.
Queen top hole.
Like I said, I really like how simple it is, and yet it's fun.
Dilemma.
It might be interesting to play with a gamepad. I'm not sure if that works. I could check it, but I feel like I'm gonna lose. Okay, yeah, so no gamepad support. So gamepad support might be interesting. It's really hard to tell when the chromatic aberration happens because there's like red in the white, and they're like they're like so aberrated that it's like I don't know. Also, some people have a real issue with chromatic aberration, so just throwing that out there.
Chartreuse.
Oh, whoa.
What?
I missed it. Haven't even thought of gamepad. Some people have issues with most things here. Yeah, like the warping of the text and stuff like that too.
Vince.
Avalanche.
Pavement. Caterpillar.
So I'm not quite sure I grasp the words. Like I know that's supposed to be like good thoughts and bad thoughts, but like
Cream.
dilemma
Confabulate.
is not really a good thought to me.
Fromage.
I don't even know what fromage is.
Swans.
Simultaneous.
Simultaneous. I like how goofy it is.
Masticate.
Masticate.
Orange.
Orange.
Perplexed.
Perplexed. Silk Song? Isn't that a game?
Absence.
Wait, Flatulent just farted? Is it still farting? Come back here.
Fog. Combo.
What?
So I feel like sometimes the collisions aren't like fully like intact or there. Like sometimes I move through the white ones and sometimes I move through the red ones, I felt like, but very small amount. There is an ad starting in 2 minutes and 30 seconds and I can't snooze them anymore. Usually I try to be somewhat accessible. This time I didn't do that. Oh, well, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it's safe to have like accessibility features or whatever. But I feel like in a game like this, that would kind of change the difficulty of it, which could be good or bad. I mean, some people appreciate like difficulty settings as part of the accessibility settings. So either way, if you're having fun, like, that's good, but this is like a score attack type game, so there's that also, yeah. Any settings ruins the difficulty scaling, yeah. Actual line doesn't mean anything, the collisions are based on the center. Ah, okay, that makes sense. So are they all the same radius, and then as the difficulty increases, the radius probably increases as well?
Standard.
Yeah, because, yeah. It feels like...
Exciting. Worker.
Maybe if you could see the collision boundary as like a smaller line, like a thinner line around it, like that might help, but that would kind of change the aesthetic because then there would just be like all these bubbles.
Combo.
Kiwi. Beetle.
Velociraptor. Wall. Combo.
Ethereal.
Small, okay, when you get small, everything gets small, I get it.
Snagger. Venereal.
That makes it more difficult to see for sure.
Orange.
Double.
Silence.
Discombobulate.
Oh, I get it. Silence turns off the music,
Fog.
and then fog adds fog. It's making more sense to me the more I play. This is actually a lot of fun, I gotta say.
Ethereal.
The music's pretty good. The voices are great. The difficulty is nice.
Squelch.
Squelch. Double. Small.
Handcuffs.
What?
Car. I feel like they were chasing me there. The longer it goes, the more effect words spawn. Ah, okay. And then the effects change things. So that ad is starting soon, just to give people a heads up. I'm gonna play this one more time though. I'll write that in chat.
Consternation.
I can't tell who gets ads and who doesn't. Hey.
Particular.
Yes.
Dwindles. Discombobulate.
Interesting.
Combo.
Rare. Egotistical.
So if you like hide the cursor, do they just keep coming?
Fall.
Run away! Alright, we should be about coming back from the ads. They keep spawning, but something will happen.
Number.
They're getting pretty close to me, but they're not hitting me.
Hot dog.
I mean, some of them are, but they're all white ones. Or yellow. Look at that one, got really close and didn't trigger it.
Ethereal.
Sorry, sometimes when I play games, I definitely play games like a tester. Look at all those lines. Somehow I'm only hitting the white ones. That one went right through me. Is there like a thing where you have to like move into the collider to make it work?
Silence. Small.
Oh, did it? Oh, I thought it got me. It didn't get me.
Doctors.
What?
Oh, it got me. People used to abuse corner camping to get high scores, so I added some anti-corner camping in the post jam. Ah, okay, okay. You hit a certain score goal. Is that what happened? I got bladed for getting to 50.
Game.
Saw blade spawn at 50 and then every 10. Ah, I see, I see.
Combo. Goblin.
Yeah, I wouldn't have understood what happened there unless you told me. So
Yes.
maybe when you die from a saw blade, it could say like, you were corner camping and that was your punishment kind of thing. I don't know how the best way to say that. But.
Freedom.
But yeah, I'm really enjoying this. This is really cool. I really appreciate you sharing this. And I hope it did well on the jam.
Combo. Coffee. Combo.
I really want to learn Godot. I haven't really messed with it too much. I've been using it to make executables out of my Game Boy ROMs. So that way I could put my games on Steam. But I've been using GB Studio to make games for a couple years now. I'm a Unity developer. Prior to GB Studio, I still do some Unity development from time to time.
Combo. Silence. Wizard.
I've messed around a little bit with... Oh, I hit the corner. Oh, I see what's going on with the razor blades.
What?
Oh, they move around. I beat my score though. And then they go along the sides. I see, yeah. It was unranked for the jam since I was hosting it. Was highly rated though. Oh, you hosted the jam. That's even cooler. I've never hosted a jam before.
Firefighter.
Queen top hole. Possum.
I'm glad that it was highly rated. I'll have to check out your itch page and see what other stuff you've worked on.
Channel.
I'm a big fan of itch. I've got quite a few projects on there myself, and I love watching like the analytics and stuff.
Game.
Fallout.
Combo.
I hardly ever get comments, which is a little bit disappointing, but I guess if people are enjoying it, and they, oh, I see what double does. It makes a second thing. As long as people are enjoying it, then I guess it doesn't matter if they comment or not. Because sometimes people will like tell me like in DMs and stuff, hey, I really like this. You should do this. I'm like, that's awesome. But I never say like, you should leave that as a comment because I need more comments. I think comments do help on itch. I host 2D or D2 Jam. My dyslexia got the best of me there. With a bunch of people. I'm the site dev for it. I'm not sure what that is. D2 Jam. But that. Oh, did I miss? Anyways, this has been fun. Very cool stuff. Oh, are these actual people? That's really cool. I was a little worried that you were just pulling AI samples or something like that, but if you're actually using real voices from real people, that's even cooler. The people there are other jam participants. That's awesome. That's kind of what I was thinking, but yeah, that's super cool. Thank you so much for sharing that. Very cool. Everyone in chat should click on those links and follow those people. Yeah. So anyways, this is what I'm working on. And again, if anyone needs to leave and go places, I totally understand. Can I send the D2 Jam link? Absolutely. Alright, let's check this out. Oh, Down to Jam, the community-centered game jam. D2 Jam. So I guess we'll click About. D2 Jam is a community-centered game jam with the emphasis on supporting things constructed by the community. We wanted a jam which celebrated post-submission events, encouraged discourse and reflection, and provided tools for developers to find and share games. Well, that's really cool. D2 Jam is an online game jam that anyone is free to join, and that lasts for 3 days, somewhere between Friday and Monday, depending on time zones. There is a 2-hour submission window at the end as a time to make sure you get your game submitted before the jam fully ends. After the jam, there is a 2-week rating period to play, rate, and give feedback to other entries in the jam. In addition, any post-jam events, such as the Score Chasers tournament, will be run in the post-jam period. We have 2 categories, regular and ODA, one dev army. Both happen at the same time. Cool. And are you a solo jammer then? Or I mean, I guess you had help with the voices, but you probably did that game by yourself, I imagine. Since it's off itch, the site has extra features like a team finder, leaderboards, and achievements. Oh wow, that is really cool. Yeah, I like the emphasis on discourse, reflection, and yeah, I guess tools to find and share games is cool too. Yeah, I've never heard of this before, so that's really cool. Yeah, lately I've been tending to do Game Boy jams because that's kind of been my focus lately. So I've been trying to meet more Game Boy developers and network within the homebrew scene. But yeah, I think this is really great for developers. Here's a jam page for Thought Thinker where you can see the stuff. You have a lot of thoughts. But your brain gets more and more crowded. You need to gather your thoughts and avoid bad thoughts. Featuring voices Oh, I see the scores. Most thoughts 210. Yeah, that's a lot better than me. Where did I fall? I'm not even close. I'm not even close. Cool. Yeah, look at how high these scores are. Yeah, really great work on this. This is the jam version, so it's easier. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Well, that's cool that you know, you enjoyed it and people enjoyed it enough for you to keep working on it. I think that's awesome. I've done that with a few different games at this point. The only game jam game that I finished and just like was like, you know what, I'm done with, was actually the most recent one. And then there was another one I did where I didn't really add too much. I just fixed a couple minor bugs. That was recent this year as well. I did like 2 or 3 game jams this year. Can't remember. But yeah, usually I've been doing longer jams, which I think is really cool. It gives you a chance to like actually make something that's like a little bit more like, I don't know, fleshed out, less pressure, less grinding, right? You don't have to just like pull an all-nighter to make sure you finish or anything like that. Also spent too long doing a built-in music player so you can also upload and listen to music made for the jam. Oh wow. Yeah, it's, you know, that's kind of a cool thing though too about the shorter jams, is that it really makes you focus on scope and what needs to be cut and what won't fit, what you won't be able to get in time. And like big part of game jams is like afterwards, like the site mentioned, like reflecting on what you could have done better or what things could have worked differently if you had made different decisions. And a lot of times the only way to actually like learn that stuff is to experience it. So yeah. So this is Demonfish Dead Ahead. It started as a game jam. It was a 10-day game jam, but I was 3 days late, so I only worked on it for 7 days. And it had like this really bad bug when I first released it. And unfortunately, the game jam had like a no updates rule, and they literally cut off the itch page after submission, so you had to wait a month before you could even put like a bug fixed version on like the side, the game jam version. But yeah, I've been testing some things. Right now we're actually coming up with the names for the fish, but I've been making a demo mode for the game. But I just added this cutscene in this week. Hey you're finally awake. I'm the lord of this realm. Collect fish for strength and overcome the imposters. Lighthouses save and restore health. Select button to view the world map. So you can actually see like this maze before you try to traverse it, or you can see like these sparkly locations. Those are like things that you can explore and find, and they level you up. But essentially it's a JRPG, like a classic JRPG. And this emulator has different palettes that you can choose from. This one's fun. So yeah, you can grab some levels easy by locating the locations, and then just like the rest of it is just random encounters, which I haven't found any yet. Oh, can't fit through there. Yeah, I like small jams so I can fully commit to it instead of also having things like work going on. Yeah, that it definitely makes a difference when you have other things going on, but also like sometimes, you know, if you only have weekends that you can really focus on it, having more than one weekend can help to flesh things out. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. A lot of times with like the 3-month long jams and stuff like that, it's not like everyone's working on it full time for the full 3 months, if that makes sense. I'm sure there are some people that do that, but it's kind of rare. So these fish are actually kind of difficult. That fish number 1 is actually the hardest fish on this level besides the boss. So I'm gonna run, and running isn't random. There's no items, there's no gold. It's all just health and experience, and your experience gives you levels, and that increases your attack damage, and then you can defend also. So like if I hit brace, grab hold of your hat, defense up. Brace is cumulative per battle. Brace is affected by player level. So brace is at 4 because I'm at level 3. Player was attacked for 4 damage, and I'm no longer braced. So it didn't do as much damage. It would have done like 7 damage or something like that. I'm terrible at math. But if I go to this thing, it saves the game and restores my health. But yeah, this level is the game jam, right? So like the game jam only had 1 level and 1 boss, 8 different fish, and the second version, which is available on itch right now. I can actually post the link here. If anyone's interested in checking it out. You can play it on mobile devices from the web browser, and there is a ROM and a Windows version if you don't have an emulator, or if you want to put it on a retro handheld or something like that, there's a ROM for that. There's a Game Boy Color version and a regular Game Boy version. The Game Boy Color one is a palette that is similar to this one, or one of these. This one. The Game Boy Color version has a palette similar to this. The version that's up now, you can just fight the boss right away, but I'm working on it, so you have to get the locations before you can fight the boss. But the Game Jam version, you could just go and fight the boss right away. But yeah, since I'm developing it, I added a debug menu where you can just skip to the other worlds and keep the boss alive or dead. This boss on this level isn't fixed yet. It's not working yet. And then you can choose what level you're at. So I can put myself at level 160. So all the bad guys are pretty easy at this point. That way I can easily test to see if things are too difficult, you know, how long it takes to grind to that kind of stuff and whatnot. So 1 demon fish dead ahead. We don't have the names in for these fish yet, but they do have health now, which they didn't have earlier today, so that's cool. But yeah, if I brace now, my brace is at 161, which is a lot different than having 4 for a brace. So when I get attacked, I don't take any damage, down to 161 brace points. That's interesting, because I thought it said that I had 161 before. But when you get hit by a crit, then your brace goes away, no matter how much you had. But yeah, it was actually a pretty big technical challenge for me to do this, especially within the 7 days. Also by myself, I made all the art, all the music, programmed it, did all the sound effects. The hardest part was the permutations, because I'm not a math person, but there's 4 different slots for fish, and like I had to account for when they were alive or dead, so I had to like figure out how many different permutations there were, and like I didn't even know what the word meant before the game jam, so I like kind of stumbled into some really difficult math stuff while I was working on it. Like mid jam, I was doing it on stream too. The entire development of this game has been done on stream, which is pretty cool. I think when I'm done with it, I'm going to make a time lapse of it, because it's all the VODs are on YouTube as well. So I don't think I'm getting experience from these fish yet, because all this stuff is pretty new. This level is quite a bit more mazy than the other levels. Oh, I'm just saving over and over again now. Here's one of the locations. And then, oh. Got a, I think I'm calling this a punk fish. Or a punk fin? A punk fin? I don't know, I'm still coming up with the names. And I made the fish sounds with my mouth. And then you can traverse through worlds. You can go backwards, and because I'm already past it, the boss is already dead because I cheated to do that. But yeah, each level has a little bit different tile set, a little bit different water, and different fish. So these ones are a little bit easier. But yeah, I stream quite often. Lots of game development stuff. I also do some gaming with some friends from time to time. Mostly indie games, but sometimes we'll play things like Helldivers and kind of whatever my friends are playing. But I do a lot of pixel art. On the rare occasion I'll do some 3D stuff. I actually studied 3D modeling and animation in college, and had trouble getting work because I graduated right around the recession. So I started teaching myself programming and game design and solo development eventually. And I do some team stuff from time to time, but mostly I do solo development. Like I said, I was doing a lot of Unity for a long time. In like 2013 I started using Unity. And before that I was kind of hopping around from different engines and stuff. Never really getting anywhere before Unity, and then when I found Unity I started to like actually get places and do things and eventually I did like a game jam that was actually like kind of finished, and I started Retro Spaceball, which I haven't finished, but it's kind of my baby project that I've just been keep putting on the back burner while I work on all this other shit for some reason, and I'm gonna get back to that one soon. I can throw a link to that one in chat. That's the Steam page with the trailer, and you can wishlist it there, or on my itch you can find it and play the demo. The demo is just not quite up to my standards for what a Steam demo should be like, and maybe my standards are a little high, but it's got a few little UI bugs and UX issues that I really want to work out before I put it on Steam. It's got some optimization issues and little things like that. But yeah, I was working on a game called Little Screamies with a team. I actually managed the team and did quite a bit of the hiring for the studio, and that was fun. Worked on that for over a year, and it's up on Steam. You could play it. It's free. It's, you know, it's like a short horror walking simulator, kind of kid-friendly horror, if you will. There's jump scares and stuff like that, but it's not like super scary. There's no gore. Pretty much all ages. Adults can find enjoyment in it too. The speedrunning community found some enjoyment in it too, which was really kind of interesting and cool. Every once in a while people download it on itch where I can see the analytics. I don't have access to the analytics on Steam, unfortunately, since the studio owner has that. But yeah, I was like the lead developer on that project. And I'd never managed a team before, so that was really cool. I ended up doing a lot of like producer type work on that. But I was also doing a lot of the development work too. Just wearing all the hats, right? I was doing a little bit of programming, doing a little bit of the game design, doing a lot of the environmental art. Pretty much anything that people didn't want to do, that was what I had to do also, because like I was the one keeping it going, it felt like. I mean, don't get me wrong, some of the team members really actually did things that really helped the project. At first, we were working on a different project, and only one person was working on the project, but I was having trouble getting the team to actually get into motion, and the one dude on the project we ended up working on was in motion, and I had been trying to tell the studio owner to get everyone on one project from the start, and so we ended up just kind of pouring myself and the team onto the project that was getting in motion, and that helped a lot, I think. We did lose one team member during that process though, because they didn't like switching projects, but we were only like a couple weeks into the first project when we switched, so it's kind of weird for them to marry a project like that quickly. But yeah, it was a learning experience for sure. Like I said, it was the first time I ever managed a team, and I don't know, one of the things that I learned really quickly was like to keep the motivation going, I had to like kind of be the cheerleader for the project. And yeah, if someone was really excited to do something, then it was kind of my job to like get them on that thing, even if it was something that I wanted to do. for instance, like the character modeling and stuff. I got to do some of the animations and stuff with that, but someone else would like jumped on the character designs, and I was like, you know what, if you're like that really excited to do it, like hell yeah, like do that shit. As much as I wanted to do it myself, like I can't do the entire game myself. I'll do the grunt work that no one wants to do to make sure that the game actually gets done. And it got done. But yeah, at the end of it, that was rough. I was like knee deep in other people's code, just like fixing other people's bugs and stuff. Some of the developers like just kind of backed away from the project at the end. The budget was drying up, and like just there were still so many problems, and someone had to fix it, and that was me. I was that guy. And it was really hard as a manager, because you know, one of the first things I said was like, all right, let's everyone kind of do the same architecture here. Like, let's all do things, you know, the way that works the best for Unity, you know, and let's all do it one way, and just let's decide on that. And I was like, let's use C# events, because that's what I was used to, and that's what makes the most sense for me. However, not everyone was on board with that. By the end of it, I was learning like async, and I was you know, just doing all types of stuff that I'd never done before, because someone else on the team was like, let's do it this way, and they just did it without, you know, running it by me. That was rough. But we're on a budget, and we had a time limit kind of thing. We had a window of opportunity, and if someone did something without checking with me, I couldn't let it like derail the project. Just had to kind of roll with it and make it work, for better, for worse. Sometimes for worse. There was an entire level that we ended up scrapping, and I had to redo in like one day, because it just wasn't working. But yeah, this is Demon Fish Dead Ahead. That was level 3. Let's go to level 2 real quick. Oh, this looks like level 1. I could have sworn I just picked level 2. That's really weird. Oh, maybe I just hit the wrong button there. This is definitely level 2. Blah, 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 blah. But yeah, the interesting part about this game is that each of these like wave tiles, they are also, they like could be any fish depending on the code, and then it got replaced with the waves when it died. Every single tile needed to be programmed. And then like it needed the logic to know what to be, and it still kind of blows my mind, because that, like, I was doing the math, and there was like 1,440 tile swaps per fish generation, and there's 8 different fish generations. So that is like, I don't even know, a lot of copy pasting in the end. Where is the calculator? So 1440 times 8. 11,520 different tile swapping things. 11,520 tiles getting swapped into different spots depending on the logic. Pretty crazy stuff, really. But yeah, let's get back into naming the fish, because that's what we're doing here. Throw the music back on. Alright, so we got to Punkfin, Bloopy, Axolot, Sluggy, and then this one needed a name. Got eyes in its mouth. I don't know. But we could name the next one Snouty. It's got a big snout. Snouty. That's not spelled right. Snouty. And then this one could be Krabby. That's easy, but we still need Mouth Eye. Maybe just Mouth Eye. Mouth Eye. Alright. We'll just go with Mouth Eye. I can't think of anything better for that. So what I'm going to do now is take this script and just kind of copy all of it. Because this is names 0 through 15. We want to do 16 through 13. So we'll just copy all of these events. Copy. Paste. So for those of you who aren't familiar with GB Studio, it's pretty cool. You don't need to do any coding, but you can do as much coding as you'd like, which is really cool. You can code your own events. You could recode the engine. You can eject and recode the engine. You can code your own plugins. And then there's also an event like a GBVM event where you can just like code an event basically like on the spot, which is really cool. I don't do a whole lot of that because it's difficult. The language is like really confusing, and yeah, it's pretty tough stuff, to be honest. I did do all the tile swapping using like GBVM, which is like coded events. But yeah, it's just taking a long time to paste because there's a lot of like nested events in those few events that I put there. So that's why it's just sitting here with this paste event there. But it's thinking. You can tell because you can't move anything. It's doing its thing. We just gotta give it time. Sometimes it takes a good minute or two. Alright, it did its thing. But yeah, for instance, if we take a look at... Oh, on this one... No, I think it is this one. On init, we go to... this one, populate fish. So like, this is the GBVM script, and a lot of it is just the same thing with different numbers and different like references. So this is like a an index. So that's actually referring to this little wave tile, and it's just replacing all of the tiles that are unique. Yeah, see how like there's like 1 pixel different on these wave tiles? Kind of hard to tell with this in the way. But if you turn it off, you can look, and then each wave has 1 pixel different than the standard wave, and that's so it's stored separately in the RAM. Otherwise it would just use the same one over and over again, but because it's stored separately, it has its own location and RAM data to go with it, right? So what we're doing then is making them waves again, so making them look just like this wave, so that way if there's only 1 fish on the screen, all of the other tiles look like waves. So the first thing I do is I make them all waves again, so that 1 pixel's not missing, and then I go through and figure out, you know, the first one, there's always at least 1 fish, so I put in the first fish, you know, if it's a type 24, type 25, type 26, or type 27. So each fight scene gets 4 different fish types and 4 different positions. So depending on how many fish there are, changes how many different positions there are. But there's always 4 different types of fish. And before or during the encounter, rather, like when the random encounter happens, it randomly selects how many fish you have, and what fish those are, and then it also gives them their health values and all that stuff. And then yeah, so each fish has 9 GBVM scripts, and so this one is using Gen 7 swap tiles, and then so 0 is the index. So if this is Gen 7, so this is tile 0, tile index 0, this is 19, so this one down here is 20, this one down here is 40, etc. So the first 3 are just going to be 0, 1, and 2, and then the next 3 are going to be 20 through 22, and then the next one is going to be 40 through 42. So 0, 1, 2, 20, 21, 22, 40, 41, 42. So knowing which background it is and using these variables, we know that we want these 9 tiles, and then these other values here are which tiles we're replacing in the actual fight. So we were in fight scene 7. If you look, this thing here that disappears when I drag over it, it says 7-4, 8-4, 9-4. That's the XY coordinate on this scene. So yeah. Oh, I just thought of something. I was talking earlier about expanding this so that way when the camera shake happens, there's no garbage tiles. But if I do that, I'd have to change all of these numbers on each of them. So I don't think I'm gonna do that anymore. And also the garbage tiles don't look that bad. It just kind of looks a little jarring, but that's fine since it's a screen shake. Anyways, that's a little explanation about the technical aspect of this, that kind of, I don't know. It was difficult for me to do within the time frame, but I'm proud of myself. I think I did a decent job with that. Alright, so this one, demon fish dead ahead. So this is enemy count is the variable. That's what these 3 things are, the dollar signs. Enemy count, demon fish ahead. This always runs. So variable A, I wrote a little chart here. Variable A is enemy 1 type. Enemy 2 type group, so this is variable B, right? So all of these need to be changed because we copied everything from 0 to 15 onto 16 and 13, right? So variable 1 equals, instead of 0, we'll start at 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, so this is kind of tedious stuff because basically we're taking what we already have and just like copy pasting it and making changes so that way it is what we need instead of what we already have. And we have to do a lot of this, but it's actually a lot better than the tile swapping stuff, which was like crazy. So this is 0 through 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then this was 8. Well, we want it to be 24. 25. 26. 27. 8. 9. 30. And 31. Because it starts at 0 and there's 32 fish. Alright, so the next thing we want to do, and we're probably going to copy and paste these into these ones and then just change the variables because there's other things that we need to do here, right? So first, we need to change their names. We decided the name for 16 was Spongy. And then we can kind of center it that way. Try to center it. Hey, Indie Maniac, thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. Everyone should check out the Indie Maniac. I did their Pixel Tuber. They play a lot of indie games and getting over it type games and horror games and a lot of Silk Song recently. But last playing Egging On. How are you this evening? I guess we should just leave it there. Oops. That way they're all the same. Too many games to keep track of lately. Hey, that's the way it should be, right? Still haven't played Demon Fish, dead ahead. Right? One of these days, maybe. So the next one is Blinky. So we can just actually just copy that. And paste it. Got Blinky now. Wait, where are they? Where's the sound effects for these? Oh, am I just blind? Yeah, they're like right above it. Derp. My problem is, I'm going to play these games, make a list, and then completely forget about most of them. But you have a list. How do you forget if you got a list? Alright, so 18 is Gabo. Wait a second, are these all capital? Oh, they are. Guess we can't copy paste them. Unless we rewrite them all here. Occupable. Oh, that's too many L's. Because my brain is like this. That's pretty interesting. Hey, 5 stream streak. That's pretty awesome. Thanks, Cinemaniac. Appreciate that. Wait, would it be better if it was like that? Sluggy? There, now we can just copy and paste them. That was the whole point of that. So we got Gabo. Next up is Big Eye. Oh, let's see. Gabo is 18, 19. Lamprey. Ocucal. $21 is clawfish. $22 manta squid. $23. Banged bass or bass. $20. Wait, 20. 24. My eyes are getting blurry. That looked like a 20. I don't know why. 24. The ostrich. Oops. $25 is a pumpkin. $26 is a bloopy. 27 is an axolot. 28 is a sluggy. 29 is a mouth eye. 30 is a snouty. 31 is a crabby. Alright, so now that we've got all of their names, now we need to get all their sound effects. So these are calls, because the death gets called when they get put into the fish box. So, oops, that's not right. Play sound effect. Call 16. Call 17. Call 18. Call 19. Call 20. Call 21. Call 22. Call 23. Call 24. Call 25. Call 26. Call 27. Call 28. Call 29. Call 30. And call 31. Alright, now we've got all the calls in. So everything is good for position 1. What we need now is position 2. So we can close all of these down. I guess we just close everything. Or collapse, rather. We've got an ad break. Man, I am getting sleepy. My sleep schedule is kind of normal these days, so I'm probably not going to go too much longer here. We're at about 4 hours. Usually we go about 5.5 these days. Oops, what happened there? But yeah, I got kind of a late start today because I was playing games. Alright, so variable A is great for position 1. However, copy these events. We are going to need variable B for the enemy count 2. So yeah, we will delete all these and paste that there. This will take a moment. Sounds like we're back from the ads. Alright, so now we need to go in each of these and change it to variable B. So I'll probably end the stream after we finish what I'm doing here. We do need these two as well. So we'll delete this, paste that there, give it a minute to load. But I got a lot done today. Even though it was only 4 hours, we got quite a bit done. So these ones get variable C. Oops. Variable C. Alright. And now this is the next one. So wait, did I do that right? So we'll delete all of these. And paste in the new ones. These ones are gonna get variable D. They load. Yeah, see, variable A is enemy 1 type, B is enemy 2 type, C is enemy 3 type, E is enemy 4 type. So these are for enemy 4 type. We want variable D. Variable D. Alright, so that should conclude the names script. However, we need to make sure we're calling the script isn't something that we're doing currently. So we need to figure out where this happens. Pretty sure it happens when you start the fight. Yeah, so it's got this script here. We can just change this to 16 through 13 on these new fights. So that's 7 and 8. We don't need to worry about the boss. The boss gets its own sounds, which I don't think we've actually put in yet. But yeah, so that's 7 and 8. We need 5 and 6 as well. Alright, so that should fix that. Let's make sure we get the sound effects for the bosses also though. So, populate fish. Where does the sound effect happen? Huh. I don't know where the sound effect happens. It definitely makes a sound effect. Oh, it happens in the swap tiles, which is kind of a crappy spot for it. But, whatever. We've got boss 1 and boss 2. Boss 3. Inventory open, populate. Sound effects. Play sound effects. Boss 3 call. Sound effects. Boss 4 call. Right, now we should probably get the death sounds in there as well. Oh, this is a tentacle. Alright. Boss 4 death. I'm not sure which one it is anymore. I think I've got them confused. I think boss... Yeah, I think this is what it's supposed to be. Alright, so let's go back in and change that to boss 3. Because I switched them, remember? Well, I remember. I started thinking that boss 4 was going to be boss 3 and boss 3 was going to be boss 4, so they got switched. Boss 4 call. Yeah. And then that's a tentacle. That's a tentacle. Here's the boss. Boss 4 death. So yeah, I don't remember what the tentacle death sounds like, and I kind of forgot that. I don't know. Let me turn off the music so I can hear that. I don't know. It's hard to come up with a tentacle death sound, so I think that'll have to do. Anyways, we got a lot done today. Let me mark things off on the list here. Still need to do the boss 4 sprite. We did do this. Yeah, we did that. The names and the music, or the sound effects for the new fish. We did the we did the dead ends today. We did the new fish names and sound effects. We did the life for the new fish and bosses. We did the fish box sound effects. So yeah, we got what, a task done per hour. Westlow, thanks for checking in. We're actually just about ready to just get finished up here, but thank you so much for dropping in. Hope you're doing well. Everyone should check out Westlow Findings. They've got a fantastic stream. They play a whole bunch of cool games. How is the crafting going? We got quite a bit done today. Things are going swell. But yeah, my sleep schedule is pretty normal, so I'm probably gonna go to bed pretty soon here. I'm doing good. About to finish making a cardigan for my boyfriend for Xmas. That's awesome. I used to wear a lot of cardigans back in high school. I don't think I have any nowadays. I wear a lot of hoodies though. A lot of my clothes have been thrown away. My mom had this thing where she would be like, I don't like this, I'm throwing it away. She'd just go through my wardrobe and throw my clothes away anytime that I came home. Be like, what did you do with that shirt? Oh, I threw it away. It had a hole in it. Nothing beats a good hoodie. Also kind of work on an oil painting tonight for college class. Oh, that's cool. You do oil painting in school? That's awesome. I did oil painting in college. I don't know if I have pictures of anything. Maybe on my Facebook? Oh wait, I think there's some on my Instagram. Yeah, you have 2 class sessions left this semester, cramming to get my final painting done. Dude, painting homework is always the hardest, right? Because you had to like, it has to dry, you know what I mean? And like, you're working on it to the last minute. Then one time I took like some type of box, and I like resized the box so it fit my painting, and then I like wrapped it in like saran wrap in a way that like I could see the painting to make sure that it wasn't getting messed up or anything, but also like that nothing would get on it. It was this really weird thing that I did to make sure that I could bring a wet painting on the train. It was a pain in the ass. Alright, here is a oil painting of myself that I did in 2008. So I don't really look like that anymore, but I did at the time. It kind of looked a lot like me. The light source was really harsh, and I angled it in a way that gave me this like funny shadow on my brow. And a lot of the people were like, why is your brow like that? But yeah, I don't know, looking at it now I can see that it's it looks like it's like really coming out like some fooey cooly shit there. But yeah, the angle was probably too harsh. This is something I did after college. This one is a watercolor from 2006 in college. Here's another one from college, 2009. These are after school. I never finished glazing them. They still look just like this. Hello? I'm just kidding. I'm doing a still life that includes 2 giant glass bottles. Oh, cool. I haven't done still life in a while. This one I never finished either. It looks a little bit better than that now. But it's still chilling. It looks more like this. Although I finished the white on this part there. It's still hanging out in my living room. This was from a sketch, so 2001 painting, or 2011 painting, sorry. I saw the 1 and the 2000 part. Yeah, I haven't really been doing a whole lot of oil painting though. This is the last painting I did, and that's from 2020, so. It's been 5 years since I've done an oil painting. Every once in a while I'll like sketch something in oils. Here's a charcoal that I did that turned out really good. That was back in 2005. I like ink. I like doing ink stuff. Look at my desk back then. From 2020. This is what my desk was like in 2020. It still kind of looks like this, to be honest. Like this whole setup is kind of still what I've got here. How the fuck do you manage that desk? So yeah, it's a lot of cables. So like, I don't know, if you look closely, I guess what's going on? It won't let me zoom in. If you look closely, you can see there's like this base, and then there's a pole. There's actually a bunch of sandbags on it to keep it steady. And then it's got these arms coming off of it, right? Well, now I've got 3 bases. That way I don't have to keep so many sandbags on it. And then I've got like this shelf here, kind of underneath my laptop now. And then I've got this thing off to the side, kind of like how it is there, except it's a little bit lower and angled. And then this one is like right here, and then this one is actually right above this one, and then this one is actually down here now. And I no longer have this table here. I still have this table, but it's vertical on the side of my room, and I'm not really using it. This TV, I've actually got in my living room, and I use that to like watch stuff on the couch. Every once in a while, I'll bring it in this room to play Switch games on or whatever. Looking at that desk makes me want to cry. Yeah, a lot of people don't like it. I love it though. I think it's great. There's another picture. That was when I first got the laptop. You can kind of see what the desk is like. It's got these like metal arms. You can see it in the background there. Yeah, this is a little bit more cleaned up. Of course, the chair is blocking it, but that was when I first got the chair. But yeah, that's cool though that you're doing art school or art classes at school. There's a lot you can learn from people teaching painting and stuff. I remember my painting teacher always told me, "Don't lick the canvas." The weirdest way to say that. What he meant was that my brushing style was that I would like try to like move the paint around and like mix the paint on the canvas. He's like, "Don't do that. Just put the paint from the palette onto the canvas and then wipe off your brush. Put it on the palette. Put it on the canvas. Wipe off your brush. Put it on the palette. Put it on the canvas like that." Finishing my graphic design degree and decided to take paint elective. Mlem? I'm not familiar with Mlem. But that's cool. I did some graphic design classes. I was a 3D modeling major, but I was at a illustration school for the most part. Like, Mlem is a lick. Yeah. Stop licking the canvas. Like, for real, bro? When he said that, everyone around me just like looked at me. And I was like, what do you mean? I'll lick the canvas if I want. You can't stop me, licks mineral spirits. No, I mean, we're like using cadmium and cobalt and stuff like that. You don't want to lick that. That shit'll give you cancer. But yeah, he was a good teacher. His style at things ended up feeling very orange because of the way that he like taught how to do it. Like, I can't really remember the exact colors. But I remember that was like the main critique from my other art teachers about that teacher, was that his people always looked orange. Cobalt's your favorite? I don't really have a favorite. I did like using cadmium though, like cadmium red, cadmium yellow. But yeah, it's like such a stark color. No favorite flavor of paint? I don't have a favorite flavor or a favorite color of paint. I did a lot of like subdued palettes, like, cause we always did like really figurative work, so everything was kind of subdued. Cause you know, in life there's not like really saturated shit. But then when I got out of school, I went like right into like fully saturated colors, like straight out of the tube. And yeah, I got really into like psychedelic art and like the hippie shit. I started selling my art at festivals and stuff like that. I kind of went the opposite direction. I spent like 4 years with like this figurative stuff just being shoved down my throat, and by the end of it I was just like, you know what, I'm doing abstract art, And I love abstract art, like, but in college, like, we weren't really allowed to touch that shit. And it's funny too, because the school across the street, the Art Institute of Chicago across the street, they were like known for their abstract artists and shit like that. And it was always this like stigma of like, if you want to do abstract art, go across the street. We do figurative art here. And don't get me wrong, I'm grateful that I learned the figurative art. Your favorite color is Winsor and Newton sap green. I have Winsor Newton colors, but I don't know if I have sap green, to be honest. I do have a lot of landscape colors. I did a landscape course in Italy, and I might have sap green. I haven't really looked at my colors in like ages, to be honest. I've got them in a box in my closet. Yeah. I haven't actually bought paints since that landscape painting trip back in 2007. That's freaky to think about, that it's been almost 20 years since I've bought paint. But I spent so much on those colors. I was like, I'm just gonna use these. But yeah, I always wanted to like invest in some golden paints, but golden is so expensive. But they have some really saturated colors, like bright oranges and shit like that, which I always really wanted to paint with. Yeah, I don't know, I did some watercolors for a bit. I got into markers for a bit. I got really into spray painting for like a couple years. I still love that shit, but I don't have any spray paints anymore. I left them behind and they got thrown away. That shit don't last forever anyways. Also, it's like really difficult, right, to like logistically, right? Because not only is it hard to do, you need ventilation, it's messy. If you do it outside, the wind is a factor. You need big like supports, right? You need like a big I used to get these big boards. I had this friend who like I don't even know what his job was, but he always had these big boards that he would like, they would throw away at work, and he had a big truck, and he was like the drummer of my band, so he would just come with these boards. He'd be like, oh, I just figured you could have a use for them. I was like, fuck yeah. So I had these big boards. I would just paint over and just keep painting over them. Anytime I was like in the mood to paint something, I just paint over a board. And then I just leave them outside, and eventually they'd start like cracking and the paint would just peel off. By the end of it, there was just this pile of paint chips underneath these boards. And yeah, kind of a mess. Fun though, I really liked it. Super expensive. They're like fucking $9 a can, and that was like fucking 20 years ago, or like not 20, maybe 15 years ago. Like $9 for a can of Montana paint. It's probably more now. And you had to get that shit sent to you, because they don't, you know, sell them unless you're at like an art store. And in Chicago, there's like a rule that you can't sell spray paint. So there, like all the art stores were in Chicago. You had to like go to like some, you know, rich suburb of Chicago to find an art store that had spray paint. It was ridiculous. So you just have to get them online. In Phoenix they had them, but they were locked up. They were like, you had to like have a person pull them out for you. They had them in a cage. But yeah, I did do some spray painting in Phoenix. We this guy that I knew was being like paid to paint this alley, and he needed like a crew to help him, and I didn't get paid, but I got to use the paint for free. So it was more like practice than anything. But yeah, it was a lot of painting. My finger would be like, you know, hurting from the workout. But yeah, we got ads coming up, and I kind of want to raid out before the ad is over. It looks like Pixel Yana is streaming, so let's raid Pixel Yana here. And Wessel, thank you so much for dropping in. I very much appreciate you being here. Hope you have a great rest of your evening. Raid Pixel Yana. That worked. And then raid message. So if you don't know Pixel Yana, you should definitely give them a follow. They do a lot of pixel art, clearly. They've been working on this cyberpunk top-down stuff in Aseprite. I'm not sure if it's for a game. I think it's for a game. It looks like it's art for a game. I'm not sure if they're making like a tile set. Excuse me, a tile set, or if they're actually making a game. Or if they're just doing the art for the game, or if they're programming. I'm not really sure of the ins and outs. But yeah, everyone make sure you give her a follow. She's super cool. I'm gonna pull up a browser here so I don't miss the conversation. Alright, it looks like we're getting ready to raid in like 5 seconds here. So thank you very much again. I very much appreciate everyone who dropped in and said hey. Thank you and have a great night. Bye.
I hear you. Right there with you. Ria Clan is raiding me, and my enunciation not working. Well, thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream, my friend? Let me give you a proper shout out. Oh, thanks so much for the follow. Thank you. Okay, Rick, you guys go follow Rick. Go check them out. Thank you so very much. I hope you guys can message, because we had an issue yesterday that some messages would like fail. So if you're not coming through, feel free to join our Discord and complain there. Discord right there. But hopefully you guys just lurking. It's just chose to be quiet. That's also totally fine. But we have had this issue yesterday. But Rick, I hope you had a nice stream. Nice and joyful stream. Was good? Friend, why you keep doing this to me? Why you keep doing this to me? You are my special. Hello, friend. My name is Gojo Satoru. Yesterday was my birthday. You see, and this is how I lose followers. This is how I lose followers. But you know what? Those who stay, stay here for good. Because that's what we do here. We're saying hi to Gojo, and we love it, and we enjoy that. So I forgot to copy my red message. Hey, don't. You totally fine, Rick. Did game dev stuff for my Game Boy game Demon Fish that I had. Damn. Hey, if that's something you down to do, feel free to share your art or whatever is it that you did. That sound really cool. Demon Fish that I had. Like, stop right now. Demon Fish that I had. But if some of you raiders are here, what am I cooking here? I'm creating some pixel art assets for the cyberpunk themed gaming experience. I'm building maps using Tiled, which is a free open source software and my, drug gateway into pixel art. And I used Aseprite to create all these lovely structures that may or may not, entice you. But that's what I'm cooking here for 243 streams straight with occasional gaming. That's what we're doing here. Alright, let's check it out. Here's the each page working on the stream version. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, nice. It does look like it looks very demonic. Funny enough, earlier our new friend Friday asked me what I think about Cthulhu, and now the demon fish appears. Coincidence? I don't think so. I think it's meant to be, meant to be, meant to be. Just let it be. So something is wrong, I think, on my side. Every time I pull something up like this, I think I'm lagging super hard. This is awesome. It does look very, very demonic. It really does. But you, at the perfect time, we were just talking about favorite ice cream flavors. Insightful conversations. We have it, yeah. Classic RPG with a fishing theme. Very cool. RPG with a fishing theme. When I hear fishing theme, all I can think of is Stardew Valley fishing technique. But I imagine the demonic fish is something that comes and, you know, messes you up real bad if you're doing something wrong. Punishes you. Shows you how wrong you are. It's demonic fish that I'm here for. I know my favorite flavor. Cookie dough. All right, mint chocolate chip is good too. Ooh, mint chocolate. Ooh, okay. Rick. Very important question right now. Very important question. But you need to answer it honestly.